Rio Olympic Park, looking resplendent in the sunlight. And inside, in the Rio Olympic Arena, we have the 11th and the 12th best teams here at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games, playing off to see who can get 11th and who finishes bottom of the pile. And the story here is huge, because one of the teams, the team in black on the left-hand side at the top of our picture there, Canada, won gold at London 2012. Now they play off to avoid the bottom spot. This is one of the greatest falls from grace in the history of wheelchair basketball at the Paralympic Games. Canada have had a rotten tournament. They've gone none wins from 5 games, and they find themselves not only out of the quarterfinals, but they find themselves in the game for the bottom spot. Algeria are here for the first ever time. They came here to gain experience. They came here to play against the world's best, and they've done themselves proud. They wouldn't be surprised to be in the 11th versus 12th place playoff. 11th for them will be a huge, huge achievement. Now, don't get me wrong, the Canadians are rebuilding after losing some of the world's greatest players, the likes of Joey Johnson and Patrick Anderson, retiring since London 2012. Anderson focusing now on a career in music, but Canada now have to face the music. They're up against Algeria, and it's not definite that they'll win this one. Ben Trat's the number 4, Cherachia 5, Vadrani 6, Mansouri number 7. Mustafa Abbasi has played well, the guard, the number 8, 9, who's been superb, Nabil Guedouin, the captain, Hamache, the number 10, who lives in Paris. 12 is Meguedem, 13 is Abad, 14 Kazori, and number 15, Bilal Ayashe, just on the right-hand side of the picture, having a drink and then heading on. There is the coach. He got very frustrated in their last game, Coach Tagmi, a delightful guy. To discuss his teams and his thoughts on his teams, and it's always helpful going into a competition like this with a team like Algeria, who are a little known in world terms. Won the African Championships, beating Morocco. Here come the Canadians. There's Bo Hedges, a legend of wheelchair basketball in Canada. Hedges, two Junior World Championship golds. Hedges. Through the picture goes the number 12, Dion Green. 13 is Jonathan Vermette. Number 14 was picked out as one of the players of the tournament to watch by Canada's very own Patrick Anderson. That was Tyler Miller, and then David Eng, who has oodles of experience and won a gold medal at 2004, won a gold medal at London 2012, and silver up against the old enemy, Australia, in Beijing. We'll now have the 2 national anthems of Algeria and then Canada.
First, the anthem of Algeria.
O hino da Argélia.
And now the anthem of Canada.
O hino do Canadá.
Though Canada, the inclination at times in this game, games at Rio, has been slightly different. They've not had a tournament to remember. Having said that, they didn't even make the World Championships in 2014. The Canadians beat the Netherlands in 2000, Australia in 2004, lost to the Aussies in the final of 2008 and beat them once more in 2012. There is their team list. Look out for Gonkin, exciting youngster. Moronchuk also. Bo Hedges has experience. Liam Hickey, the third of those three exciting junior players to be playing. Adam Lancier has previous in the Paralympic Games, picking up medals throughout. Stephen Bielawaz is in a period of rebuilding and he'll be hoping to avoid 12th and last. In the background, Mike Frogley, Frog as he's known, former head coach of this team and coach at Illinois University. There are the Algerians. Look out for the likes of the number 9, Gedouin. Abassi will be a supporting role. Hamache, one of the 7 players to live and play in France. And Bilal Ayashe also. Lecheni Chagmi. Well, an 11th place finish would see the Algerians celebrating wildly. They know they came here to gain experience. They will have aimed just to garner as much information out of such a high quality competition as they can. There's the starting 5 for Canada. 1 Hickey, Jasmine with the fairly amazing moustache, Miller and Eng. Eng has a Superman tattoo on his left bicep. And there are the Algerians, Chitaria, Gedouin, Hamache, Abad and Ayashe. Well, look out for Gedouin and Ayashe to do the damage for that starting 5. Faisal Chataria hasn't had the greatest of tournaments. He's been workmanlike and industrious without being outstanding for the Canadians. There's Liam Hickey, the number 8. That's how they got here. Heavy loss to Spain. 17-point loss to the Netherlands, then getting close, 25 points to Australia. How times have changed for those two countries. Australia ended up 3rd in the pool. Japan went past them comfortably, as did the Turks. And for Algeria, well, it was not pretty reading against Great Britain. Brazil, the hosts, had a great game to win 82-43. Then Germany nearly put 100 on them. USA did almost the same. And Iran, in a fairly slow affair, that one came through, seeing off the Algerians, meaning they went through the pool with no victories, which is how they end up here. Philip Haynes of Australia is the referee. Max Kinderwarter from Germany, umpire number 1, and Linus Radikas, very experienced, those three. They won't take any nonsense. Sharing a laugh and a joke. It's the 11th versus 12th place playoff, Algeria versus Canada. And Chirachia to go for the tap. Chirachia gets it, and the Algerians in the green. Being unable to win the tap off. Hamache, investment manager based in the French capital, Paris. Gedouin. Ayashe, up and down it comes. He attempted 8 3-pointers in one of the pool matches for the Algerians. was their last match against Iran. 8 attempts, 1 successful. Liam Hickey, well, what the Canadians can take from this competition is they have offered exposure to the likes of Hickey, Moronchuk and Gonkin also. Don't get me wrong, the future of Canadian men's wheelchair basketball looks exciting with players such as those at such a young age getting vital experience in the Paralympic Games, as Chirachia can't put the ball away and the Canadians remain 2-0 in the lead. But at the moment, to get to those lighter times, Canada have to go through one of the darkest periods of their international history. Chirachia for Algeria. On the flip side, this one of their best moments in wheelchair basketball Paralympic history. They've never been here before, and if they can finish off the bottom and beat the reigning gold medalists to do so, trust me, that will be some celebration. Hickey to inbound for Canada. Still just a 2-0 lead. Chad Jasmine from Calgary finds David Eng, who was a rookie back in 2004 at the Beijing Games, where he played a supporting role from the bench and went away from from Athens and Greece with a gold medal in his bag. Gedouin, no way through Hickey that time. Tyler Miller, highly thought of player. And look at how high the Canadians are setting up, and Gedouin goes for the 3 and it'll come back down and out of play it goes, as Jasmine just made sure there was no way through. Eng. Gedouin. Gedouin spins once more. Why Florence in the French women's team, but not selected to play here in Rio. The French women eventually heading out the competition at the quarter-final stages. Seen off comfortably in the end by the Germans. Here comes Eng. It's still 2-0. Algeria yet to get on the scoreboard. Hickey. Hickey looking to get into the paint and does so, and that was well played alongside the number 7, Peter Won. Born in South Korea, as Chirachia gets back upright. A man from Jijel in Algeria. And half the team, of course, based in France. In comes Beau Hedges, a 2.5-point veteran. Tireless, this man. Great shooter as well. Began playing competitively in 1996, and Liam Hickey coming to the line, wasn't even alive then. The 18-year-old making no error there. Canada have the lead. The green of Algeria need to get themselves on the scoreboard soon, because otherwise the Canadians likely to turn the screw and run away in the opening quarter. Gedouin. Algeria just look slightly tired at the moment. They're lacking the movement in front of the basket, and again it falls away. And they've worked very hard and been very reliant on the likes of Gedouin. There's one. Turns to the action, the number 7. Jasmine finds Hickey, who reaches, has to spin away from the paint. Chad Jasmine go across to inbound the ball once more. Who has part of that 2012 gold medal winning team, Jasmine. One of the soundest defenders on the Canadian team. Hickey leaps. There'll be a shot clock violation. Canadians running out of time. Really does speak volumes for how good a player Patrick Anderson was, that in playing at London 2012, he dragged his team to gold. Joey Johnson, a former star of the Canadian team, now assistant men's coach for the Great Britain team. Of course, in the quarterfinals against the mighty Australians. That really is a mouth-watering encounter for a quarterfinal, worthy of a final itself. Here's Eng. Thinks about the three, fades inside instead and pops it up, and down it goes. That's come off Jasmine, and it'll be an Algerian ball from the baseline. Ayashe and Mansouri just sorting out who will take it. Chad Jasmine just rolls away. Took him a long time to make this Canadian team, Jasmine. And now in comes Gonkin, and in comes the number 13 as well, Jonathan Vermette. Just the 1 point versus Turkey in the group action for Vermette. Ayashe and Gonkin against each other. Gedouin with Eng just shadowing from afar. Hedges pays him close attention. Ayashe fading away as Eng barges him out of the key. And it comes again for Ayashe. He misses the bounce, and Vermette says thank you very much and clears up for the Canadians. Tyler Miller, 32-year-old, plays for the Twin City Spinners. Hails from Kitchener in Ontario. Hedges. Eng. Gonkin tried to break into the key, and he gets tipped out of his chair by the Algerian Abad. Ayashe to Gedouin. Such a useful partnership these two have developed, and then Ayashe just missing everything, and he's really having a rotten first quarter for Ayashe. Eng. Oh, lovely shooting, but it will not count. It went, and down it went, but the referee deciding against. And we go to a timeout. Mike Frogley congratulates David Eng. At the moment, it's all Canada. They lead the way in this one, 4 points to 0. We return to the action, 4:42 to go in the first, and at the moment the shooting statistics are not of the highest quality. 20% of field goals going the way of the Canadians, and that's the good statistic. For the Algerians, well, 0%, none from 8. A way to ease into the action. The men's quarter-final day at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. Gedouin. Nothing there again, as 6 seconds remained on the shot clock and 4:17 in the quarter. Algeria yet to awake from their slumber. Hedges. Up and down it comes with no points added, and Hedges will get the rebound. In fact, he won't, because it's stolen away from him by Abad, and Algeria come away. The thing the Algerians can take from these opening exchanges is that Canada are right there for the taking at the moment. 4-0. For Canada to have only scored 4 points in the opening 6 minutes of a match, and be shooting 20%, should give the Algerians everything they need to go for the jugular here and really compound the misery on the North Americans. Gedouin, up it goes. Finally, Algeria are off and underway in the 11th versus 12th place game, and Canada need to be careful here. If Gedouin gets going, he could be very dangerous to them indeed. 24 points he scored against the Brazilians. Got a double-double, 12 rebounds in that one. David Eng can't squeeze the ball in the basket. Miller does well to regroup the ball for the Canadians, and then eventually it just falls for the Canadian team, and they're up to 6 points to 2 now, and Gonkin gets his points total underway for this match. Canadians question call from the referee, who eyes down, just moves away as when the Algerians has a quiet word with the bench. Good one it was. Expect nothing else. Looks for the three. Algeria often trying to shoot from distance, and it really isn't reaping many rewards currently. Here comes Gonkin. Lovely pass to Eng, up it goes and away it comes with the whistle on the play, but no added points for young Nick Gonkin. Born in Sarajevo. Goes up against the Canadian team. The offensive foul drawn by Gedouin. It's Gonkin's first, the team's third of the quarter. A lot to think about on that Canadian bench at the moment. 6-2 the score. Yes, they're leading, but they look fallible currently. Ayashe. Gedouin. Up it goes. It won't go for the three, and Gonkin can bring it away for his team. Dynamic offender. Describes wheelchair basketball as a big, fast-paced chess game, which is a very accurate description of it, really. Throw in bumper cars or dodgems and you're pretty much correct. Offensive foul called by the referee, the umpire Linas Radikas. It's against Gedouin, his third personal foul. Now this is where Algeria will struggle. If they lose Gedouin, they really are in trouble, and he's got 3 personal fouls already. 2:16 left in the first, and this one is trickling towards the end of the first quarter. We've only had 8 points so far. Well, who can shoot the best of the two? All's going to be needed is about 25% success rate, and you probably win the game in this one, the way both teams are playing. Let's have a listen to the Canadians.
Let's get a little spacing there, they jump out, then we can finish that pick, roll inside, or get an open shot, whatever we need to do. We're kind of all congregating in the key. We're always like a little bit off balance. Right, let's create the space we need to hit our shots. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Hey, keep trying.
Well, you have to feel that 11th place is there for the taking for Algeria. Neither team has come out on fire today. There's Janet McLaughlin on the right-hand side, the superb forward for the Canadian women's team. Sadly, they headed out at the quarter-final stage against the Netherlands, having 60 points against the Dutch defence, which is no mean feat. Sadly for the Canadians, the Dutch 78 points to take their spot in the semi-finals. Here's Gedouin. All about 11th versus 12th here. Nearly going for the number 14, Kazori. Not quite 1.5 point player, 40 years of age as we look at David Eng. Eng, who leading scorer for the Canadians against Spain, 12 points, but even then just 18% success rate for Eng, and currently it's just 18% as a team for Canada from their field goals. Kazori can't get the first of the free throws for the Algerians overall in this one. They've only hit 1 from 8 from the floor, which is 13%. Kazori would not have counted the point as he rolled too far over the line, making it an illegal free throw. And Eng can come away for Canada. Bo Hedges out on the right-hand side. Here's Gonkin, lines up the shot. Lovely from Nick Gonkin, just from the right-hand side. Took his time. Former able-bodied basketball player. 8-2, and suddenly it looks like a much bigger difference for the Canadians, especially with Kazori losing the hold on the ball. Still over a minute left in the first quarter. Frogley just rolling up and down the sidelines for the Canadians. He's overseen some of the real highlights of Canadian wheelchair basketball. Eng shoots, drops it as well. Nice shooting, David Eng. Plays for the New York Rolling Knicks, as well as Gladiators de Laval. Ayashe. Finally, Algeria can pick up some more points and have something more to cheer. 31% he hit against the Brazilians, 8 points against Great Britain for Ayashe. And he's finally underway here against the Canadians. 10-4 the score, make that 12. 13-4 the score. It was a three-pointer from Gonkin to go to 7. And then he fouls, a nasty foul as well on the number 8, Mustafa Abbasi, 2.5 point player, who started the game in Toulouse in France. Plays for the Leopards de Guyun club. Won't forget his encounters with the likes of Nick Gonkin for a while. Abbasi with a shot to come. First one missed, second for Abbasi, needed for Algeria, and there you go, 13-5 the score. Eng. Hedges tries to bounce it through to Vermette, but couldn't get the ball to sneak through there. Algeria and Mansouri will re-inbound the ball. Gedouin goes long at the end of the quarter, misses everything. And the score after one of the steadiest quarters of the Paralympic Games so far in this 11th versus 12th encounter. Canada are in an 8-point lead. They've not shot brilliantly, but the real story is Algeria have taken a long time to get out the blocks. 36% of field goals placed, 13%, and that equates to Canada 13, Algeria 5. Well, there you go, 36% to 13. Free throws 100% placed, 25. Defensive rebounds 13 to 8. Just a couple of points in the whole game from turnovers. That is the state of the game. It's the classification playoff, 11th versus 12th at the end of the first quarter. Canada 13, Algeria 5. It's 4-0 for such a long run in that game, in that quarter. Canada finally taking the game by the scruff of the neck, and for a long time the Algerians had their opportunity. They failed to take it so far. Gedouin 1 from 7 from the floor. Ayache 1 from 4. Mansouri 0 from 2. Charachia 0 from 2 as well. Well, you can't win a game of wheelchair basketball if you don't put the basket in the net. Hickey, he'll score plenty more baskets in his international career. Rio, all about the learning curve for the likes of Liam Hickey. Peter 1, up and down, well shot by the number 7. Previously played for Trier Dolphins over in Germany. Gedouin. That's better from Algeria, and it goes through for the number 6. Gedrani, two-point player, 22 years of age, played in all 5 games so far for the Algerians, picking up an average of 1.2 points per game. Once more, 1 and Hickey working well together at the moment. Hickey fades this way, goes that, spins it over to Moronchuk, who can't put the ball away on that occasion, the 4.5-point player. Ayache, Bedrani. Once more a 3-point effort, fails to have any effect. Abdi Dini into the game, another player with Paralympic medal winning experience for the Canadians. 1, Hickey. Super stuff, Liam Hickey, the 18-year-old, plays for Mustangs in Newfoundland. Newfoundland actually has no wheelchair basketball league, which means Hickey has a long way to travel to practice the game he loves. 17-7 the Canadians lead. Gedouin lines up, ready. Sinks the first. And the second as well. Gedouin, 2 from 2 from the line, 100% for him. 50% overall for the Algerians for their 1-point shots, their free throws. 1. Dini. One of those very effective lower point players, the more severely impaired players on a wheelchair basketball team. But trust me, they can have such an impact to a game at good level, low pointer. The turn, the spin, the basket for Gedouin, and it's only a 6-point difference once more, and the Canadians need to be careful here. Chad Jasmine looks for the 3-pointer, it won't go anywhere, and Gedouin can gobble the ball up. Defensive rebounds, we've had 25 in the game. Gedouin thought about the 3-pointer, went for the safety of Ayache. Ayache sinks it, and this is suddenly a return from the Algerians to form. And they've really come back into this one strongly. Ayache to 4 points personal. It was 17-7 when the Algerians went on the run, and they've hit 6 for nothing. Canada 17, Algeria 13.
Ding, Adam, Bo, Tyler, Jazz, get out there. Ding, Adam, Bo, Tyler, Jazz. Go, guys. We gotta stop the cutters on the initial cutters. We gotta stop them. Let's go. Cheers, guys. Canada.
This is how Gedouin and Ayache started to turn this one round. Gedouin with the chair skills, and then off the glass. And Ayache just deft shooting. In and through. What will be intriguing from the Canadians especially is going in from here at the Paralympic Games to the likes of the World Cup in 2 years' time, or Championships in 2 years' time. Will the Canadians stick with some of these older guard players like Bo Hedges, Adam Lance here at the bottom of the picture? Tyler Miller will still be around. He's a very exciting player in the mid of his career, really. David Eng, another player who be interesting to see if the Canadians retain in the roster. Or do they go for the much younger players and rebuild completely? Hedges with the 2. The Maple Leafs in a 19-13 lead here. Gedwan. Away it comes. Be the first time since 1996 that Canada have not contended a wheelchair basketball gold medal match at the Paralympic Games. That was Atlanta 96. Australia beat Great Britain. Troy Sachs scored, from memory, 44 points to overcome the Brits, who had a healthy lead. A lot of wheelchair basketball has been played since then. And for the Canadians, they're now playing off for the bottom spot. Lancia thinks about the 3. Hedges. Lancia. Doesn't go. Gedwan turns. Actually trying to race forward. Gedwan just practicing his shooting. It's Lancia who's down on the ground. 4-point player from Scarborough, lives in Toronto. Scarborough and Toronto literally just next door to each other. Scarborough just to the east, down the shore of Lake Ontario. Madrani finds Gedwan. Gedwan inside the defence of the Canadians and then throws the ball past Ayashe, who has a word with Gedwan as he goes past. Bo Hedges trying to slow down Bilal Ayashe. Here is Hedges once more. Eng spins. Up glass 2. Well played, David Eng. So far in this competition. 42% against the Turks, 38% against the Australians for Eng for 17. Gedwan falling short once more. His shot just looks slightly tired today. Lacking the form that it has held throughout the competition so far. Here goes Lancia, up and away and missing everything from Adam Lancia. And this has been one of the major problems for the Canadians here, is that the more experienced players, Hedges, Lancia, Eng, haven't really set this competition on fire in any way, shape or form. Badrani goes flying through the back end of the Canadian court. Here comes Lancia, spinning one way then the other. Rather too steady, rather too predictable for Canada to break down the Algerian defences. 4:33 left in the second. 21-13, and for Algeria, they will never have a better time to turn over a team that they will see as such a mighty team, the Canadians. Eng. Bo Hedges. Gedwan looks around and realises Algeria may struggle to break this Canadian defence down. Look at how high they've set the press here, the Canadians, although eventually collapsing on themselves. Gedwan puts it up. I don't think it would have counted. No, it wouldn't. The referee pointing to the sideline to signal that the player wasn't in the process of shooting when he blew his whistle. Hedges will be the man. The foul is against, in fact, it's gone against Chad Jasmine. Well, that's look like that from the replay, but there we go. 1 personal foul for Jasmine, 3 team fouls. Back in comes Mansouri. Rafik Mansouri, 2-point player, 35 years of age. Ayashe. Gedwan. Lancia finds Eng. Eng lines up the 3. Doesn't go for it, instead cuts inside. And here comes Gedwan. Miller ends up on the ground. Gedwan into the paint, puts the 2 down, and Algeria are back within 6. Tyler Miller might be injured here. He hit the ground with real force. The 1.5-point player. The national title with Variety Village of Toronto back in 2011. Made his debut at the 2010 World Champs. Ben Moronchuk comes in. Finished 4th with Team Canada at the Continental Clash this year. One of the warm-up competitions for the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games, held in Leicester in the United Kingdom, Great Britain. Hedges looks for Moronchuk, who's going to have to juggle if he wants to get the shot away. He can't. Ayashe. Still 3 minutes 9 left in the half. Lovely bounce pass, Badrani off the glass and 2. And once more we're back down to 4 points the difference, and Canada will get a wake-up call from the bench here. They've got a huge amount of experience on the court here. Eng, Hedges, those 2 playing amongst themselves at the moment. That goes for David Eng. Now, unsportsmanlike foul called against the Canadians. It will give Algeria the shots and the ball. (23-17). It was against Bo Hedges, and it means Gedwan will go to the line for 2, and Algeria will get the ball back as well. Can't get the first. They can get the second. 5 points of difference. Can Algeria go into the half tied with Canada? Stranger things have happened. Shooting percentage wise, the Canadians have gone up to 38%, Algeria up to 28%. Oh, in and out for Gedwan. Here comes Moronchuk. Hedges. Eng. And those 2 at the moment making the difference for the Canadians. The Hedges and Eng partnership. Ayashe. Looking at his options, finds Gedwan. That will fade away, but Abbasi can go over and collect for the Algerian team. Then Ayashe holding the ball away from the number 11 Chad Jasmine, former competitive ice hockey player. And down it comes from Moronchuk. Badrani goes across to give him some hassle. Moronchuk though comes through, thought Eng was going to look for the ball, but had realised he was in the key for too long. Each player only allowed inside the offensive key for 3 seconds, so that they can't just sit underneath the basket to pick up points at will. Moronchuk. What shooting from him for 3. And again, the Canadians stretch out to 10-point difference. And it goes from the number 7, Mansouri. 4 points per game average for him. Just 2 games, 2 points for this game so far for Mansouri. Moronchuk. (28-20) the score. And there the foul from Abassi on Moronchuk. Eng. Keeping the ball away. He can sit there as long as he wants within reason of the shot clock and game clock because he was outside the key, so there's no time limitation with regards to the 3-second rule for David Eng, and it's 30-20 now, and Canada are back to a 10-point difference. Can Goodwan and Co reduce it once more? Yes, they can. 30-22. We'll go to the half here in the 11th, 12th place playoff, and it is definitely not done and dusted, this one. Algeria are in with a sniff of finishing off the bottom of the men's competition. Janet McLaughlin, Dada Sales enjoying cheering on their team. Canadian women's team in the background behind the Canadian bench, and there's the score at half-time. Canada 30, Algeria 22. And here are the statistics on the game. 45% plays, 30% on field goals. Free throws, well, both doing well at the moment. 100% plays 50. Steals 2-0 for the Algerians. 20 defensive rebounds to the 15 of Algeria. Canada leading the way there, and they lead the way in the game. Canada 30, Algeria 22, as these two play off for 11th and 12th at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. Welcome back to the Rio Olympic Arena. Just 1:43 left of half time until these two do battle once more to see who it is that can stay off the bottom of the pile. 11th versus 12th, Algeria versus Canada. It has not been a classic so far, but we are poised with just an 11-point difference between the two. Algeria got better and better as the half went on. The Canadians have led throughout. They'll be hoping to continue that form in this second half and save themselves the leap fall from 1 to 12, which really would be some story. We'll be back with all the action of the second half in under a minute now. Algeria and Canada going head to head for 11th and 12th in the men's section of the wheelchair basketball at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. Algeria inbound the ball to start the second half. Badrani it was who found Ayashe, and he just hands the ball back to the inbounder. Doesn't go for Algeria. That was the story of their first half. They created the opportunities. 30 shots from field goals across the first half. 38 if you count their free throws, but unable to make the majority of them count. In for the first time in the game comes the number 12, Megwadem. Abdul Karim Megwadem, three-point player, 30 years of age. Also coming in is the number 4, Ben Tratt, who's a 3.5-pointer. Ayashe. This is Ben Tratt fading out of the key because he had been sat in there a while, and the ball just fades away, and that's poor from the Canadians. It allowed Megwadem in to pick up the offensive rebound. Ben Tratt is forced to remain in the Canadian defensive half by the likes of Gonkin, Hedges. And the reason for that is that the Canadians are trying to force the Algerians to defend with 4 players. You'll see in a second Gonkin will race forward and turn it into a 5-on-4. Also Ben Tratt, one of the tallest players on the Algerian team, so it means Canada can really take advantage, and they do take advantage, and they open up their account for the second half. Ball comes Badrani. Number 7 is Mansouri. And once more Canada have the ball. Gonkin, casual. Up for 3, comes away with nothing. Vermat misses it. Oh, now was the foul drawn there? Goes against the number 12. Megwadem, 30 years of age. And no points available on that occasion, and Canada remain 10 points clear of the Algerians here. Ayashe fuming. The Algerians are going to call a timeout here. There goes the hooter. Timeout's being called by Coach Tagmi of Algeria. Canada 32, Algeria 22. Tagmi, so expressive. He's looked quite stressed in the last two days, the poor guy. Coaches Capson Paris in France, second division. Former able-bodied player. In early August this year, he brought his Algerian men over to play a series of games against Great Britain. Looked outclassed there as David Eng muscles his way past Ben Tratt. Form continued here in Rio as they went down by over 60 against Great Britain, but the one thing that comes through again and again for Algeria is experience, experience, experience. You can't ignore the development of the world game, and Algeria being here is developing their country both in the men's and the women's competition. Their women finished 10th, Argentina grabbing 9th. In comes Abassi again. 7:53 left in the third. Retirements in South African wheelchair basketball. It opened up the opportunity. Algeria grasped it. Gonkin can't put the ball away. Man from Saskatchewan. Student, 24 years of age. Gets the second one. Remember the name, Nick Gonkin. Canadian women, after their quarter-final loss, are here supporting their men. Close knit between the two teams. Badrani. Lovely dink pass to Ayashe. Good deception from Badrani. Ayashe with the long two will go nowhere at all. And at the moment, the statistics for Algeria really not looking good. 26% of field goal attempts. 7 3-point attempts, none made. Gonkin misses. The Canadians there, they're at 44% from the floor. He's at 43% personal. Points made, 8 points from 7 shots. Badrani wants to give up the ball to a referee if anyone will take it off him. And we remain at 33-22, and the Canadians in the ascendancy here. It looks like the gold medalists from London will claim 11th if they can continue to lead Algeria. Ayashe, lovely pass. Up it goes, doesn't drop though. Once more for Megwadem. The whistle on the play means that Canada will restart with the ball. Megwadem, who plays for Meaux in France. One of the 7 players who live and play their wheelchair basketball for French clubs. Gonkin. Bo Hedges, reserved. 2010 Canadian wheelchair basketball athlete of the year, Hedges. And it was shots like that and plays like that that led him there. 35-22, the strong Canadian contingent in the background there. Ayashe. 13 points Algeria need to make up. They had their chances in the first half to be well and truly alongside the Canadians, and they didn't take them. 3-point effort goes for Ayashe, and that brings it back to 10, the difference. David Eng. 3-pointers, 1 from 8 once more for Algeria. It was the same against Iran. That's 2 from 16. And Bo Hedges switches sides and drops the 2 from outside the paint. We've got 5:51 left in the third. Paralympic gold medalists from London. They're trying to limit their fall from grace by a place. In comes Godouin once more to add panache for Algeria. Ayashe wanted the foul, didn't get it. Basketball came into the Paralympics in 1960. Bow Hedges, Gonkin catches. Eng up, out it comes. Rarely do you see such a dramatic fall away of a team. Now, technical foul has been given there. It's going to go against Algeria. David Eng will go to the line shooting 1 for the technical. Referee just making a slight slip as he held 2 fingers up to signal 2. And it was against Coach Tagme. Confirmation. Well, must have been being impolite on the sidelines. Or potentially being impolite on the sidelines. I haven't got confirmation of that, but most likely the case that he got frustrated and either said or did something that went against the referees and the umpires. Hedges, Gonkin, off the glass, down for 2. Lovely shooting from Nick Gonkin. Ayashe over the halfway line. Each team has to get the ball over halfway as the whistle goes for a foul. Max Kindervata goes to show the technical table what he thinks. It's going to be against the number 13 Vermette. 40-25 now, and Algeria are struggling. Ayashe beaten to it by Miller. Gedouin won't go again. Oh, well taken by the little number 7, Mansouri. And then it does go for Algeria, and they will not give up battling here. 40-27. Gedouin has worked so hard throughout the competition to keep his team alive in games. Nabil Godouin, 4-point player, 39 years of age. Gonkin, 13 points to the game, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, a bright future. For now, he needs to help Canada limit the losses. I'm sure there'll be plenty of days in Nick Gonkin's career where he can play in top-level semi-finals or go for gold. Today, not one of them. Today is about being industrious in the darker times. Miller, a player that was highlighted by Patrick Anderson as a player to watch for the competition, commented the amount of work he does that you don't see is so impressive. Anderson suggesting that scholars of the game would understand the qualities of Miller. Here comes Gonkin. Does plenty on the ball that's hugely obvious, of highest quality. David Eng has got the medals to show for his qualities. A number of those medals coming with a significant time on the bench. But either way, it takes hard work, commitment and focus to get a medal at the Paralympic Games. Bow Hedges knows that all too well. He turns out. Godouin once more. Now under pressure, the Canadians just getting over the line in time. Vermette out to Miller. Miller, one hand, then the other. Gonkin. These two will have plenty of time in the future to play and develop their role together. As Abbasi, with support from Badrani, comes down court. Badrani will get it, go up again and drop it down. Well played, and he taps his chest in delight. And Algeria took the opportunity when it came that Eng. With sleeve on the right arm. To Gonkin. Gonkin one way, then the other. MVP at the 2013 Under-23 World Championships for the Canadians. And Canada now stretching their lead to 17 once more. Hedges with the 2, 10 points personal for him. Foul on the play, shot went up, it won't count. Max Kindervata wanders over to talk to the technical officials. Chad Jasmine returns. Rather impressive moustache. It was Vermette with his 3rd foul. Jasmine, player of vast experience. Gedouin for 3. Could be too little too late for Algeria. It took them a long time to find their shooting in this one. 28% of all field goals, 17% of 3-pointers currently, 2 from 12. He actually got the other one earlier on. That's 23 point attempts in 2 matches for the Algerians. 60 point efforts from outside the 3-point line. Just 9 points have been successful. Of course, same as the able-bodied game. Outside that white hooped line, you get 3 points. Inside it, you get 2, and for a free throw, you get 1 point. And down it comes for Gedouin. Each player only allowed 2 pushes. Chad Jasmine giving us a good example there. 2 pushes of the chair before they bounce the ball. Technically, Jasmine should have been done for travelling there, because he actually pushed 3 times and then bounced the ball, but he did it so quickly the referees didn't notice. It was interesting that he did it just as we tried to explain the travelling rule to you. It's fairly simple. 2 pushes, requires a bounce. Jasmine goes to the line for 2. 46-32. Smiling faces from Canadian fans. Chad Jasmine makes it 48-32, and it's a long way back from here for Algeria. Gedouin will look for the long pass towards Ayashe, and Hickey, if he'd had his eyes up earlier, he wouldn't have just patted that back to the Algerians. He'd have probably caught the ball instead. Ayashe, up and good. Well played, Bilal Ayashe. Let's hope that the one thing to come for the Algerians is the development overall of the African game. No reason why it can't, with the way Algeria have set themselves up here, and they haven't just defended. They've taken games to teams. They've tried to play to their strengths, as Jasmine adds another 2 and brings up the 50 for the Canadians. Gedouin and Bilal Ayashe are their real strengths. Abassi, the number 8 as well. They play an exciting brand of basketball, but at times their shooting just not quite there. Not on that occasion though for Gedouin, and he hits another 3 to take him out to 19 points personal now for the game. 10 points versus the USA, 24 against Brazil, 22 against Germany. And now 19 points against the Canadians, but it's the Maple Leaf that is flying in the stadium here. And the Canadians are 50-37 up at the end of Q3. It's the 11-12 playoff in the men's wheelchair basketball of the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. There are the statistics. Total field goals, 47%, plays 31%. 3-point efforts, 33 to 21. 14 efforts from the Algerians. Well, that is bordering on incredible. Free throws, relatively even, but the score, 13 points the difference. We'll have all of Q4 coming up from the 11-12 playoff here at the Rio Olympic Arena in just a few moments. Abdi Dini back into the fray for Canada, and the whistle goes within seconds. Poor violation called. Wow. You don't see that often. The clock didn't even get a chance to restart it. Algeria will inbound the ball. They're going to need a classic 10 minutes of wheelchair basketball to overturn the Canadians here for 11th. Up it goes for Ayash. It couldn't start in better style for the Algerians, and they're just 11 points the difference now. Gonkin. Can Canada close it out from here? The 24-year-old cuts inside Ayashe, spins back, drops it to 1-1 up off the glass. Oh, it doesn't go. Hickey in, it doesn't go for him either. Gonkin, it falls. Now, no signal from the referee. The basket isn't good. Two shots, Hickey. Third foul of the game for Kazori of Algeria. Hickey misses with the first, the number 8. 2 from 3 from the line, 67%. Sinks the second. Well played, Liam Hickey. Joined the senior ranks, Hickey, in 2015. Successful junior player for the Canadians. Ayashe. Jasmine forcing him outwards. Gedouin with Gonkin coming to meet. Abassi trying to help him pick off the Canadian defenders. Ayashe once more over the top of Jasmine, who's done his job well. And Canada managed to stop the Algerian shot. Coach Tagmi once more with an element of anxiety on his face. 12 points now, the difference. Canada and Hickey looking to extend away for 11th. The turn, and out it comes from Gonkin, but the whistle had already gone. Dini will inbound. Hickey flicks it to Gonkin. Dini once more. Out it goes from the number 10. Limited opportunity here, Abdi Fatah Dini. Plays for Variety Village, lives in Scarborough to the east of Toronto. Getting my geography mixed up for a second. Gedouin. Lovely bounce pass to Badrani. He returns the favour. Oh, well played, Algeria. Bassi completes as well. 51-41. And the crowd can appreciate some fantastic wheelchair basketball there from the Algerians. If this is the 12th best team here, it's been a good competition. Gonkin. Sets, shoots, comes down. Fatadini is in an instant. Gonkin, now he's been in the key a long time, but the referee allows play to continue. Max Kinderwarter puts his thumbs up and says, I'm happy with proceedings here. Hickey into steal. Oh, Gonkin goes flying. The foul will be Bache. Substitutions, Eng. Hedges, Miller, Vermette returning. Bitter rivalry these Canadian men had with the Australian men for such a long time. Here in Rio, they replayed the gold medal match from the last 3 Paralympic Games in the group stages. It was like nothing of old as Australia won by 25 points. The bitterness has fallen out of that rivalry. Australia still in line for gold if they can edge their way past Great Britain in the quarterfinals. Canada Currently 56-41 as they aim for 11th. Bassi moves away with another foul to his name. His 4th personal, the team's 3rd of this final quarter. Player down in the key is Badrani. Play stops for his own safety with the amount of wheels rolling around in there. Tyler Miller will inbound the ball. Won gold at London 2012, made his debut back in 2010 in Birmingham, the United Kingdom at the World Championships. 58-41 now. The red and white of Canada. The white, black and red of Canada, if you look at their playing kit today. He's leading the way against Algeria. Ayashe goes for a 3-pointer yet again, and will Algeria ever learn? It's purely running out of ideas, putting those up when you're so low on proficiency. Eng puts it away and makes it 60-41 now, and once more we're out to 19, and once more the Canadians have a comfortable margin here. Ayashe spins, the foul from Hedges. The basket won't count. Ayashe goes to the line for 2. Hedges and Ayashe just acknowledge each other's efforts. Spirit this game. 3.5-point player, 35 years of age. Injured in a bomb attempt. Amputation of the right leg for Ayashe. How to bounce back from that. Come to the Paralympic Games for the first ever time for your nation. His performances have been right up there with the best that Algeria have offered. 17 points against Germany, 13 against Iran. He hit 6 from 16 from the floor, and it's now 60-42. 12 points personal for the game. Bilal Ayashe. Into 1. Gonkin come in. Born in Seoul, South Korea. Gonkin, another player born outside of Canada. Sarajevo born. Oh, lovely pass to Miller off the glass, and doesn't go for Miller. Gonkin tries to get the ball. Badrani, well, won back by Tyler Miller. That was really impressive work rate from him. Now Gedouin can send the Algerians away. It's Badrani, Gonkin over the top. Oh, defending like an absolute demon there, Gonkin. Badrani wants the foul. He's not going to get it. We remain at 18 points the difference. And the block from Nick Gonkin, superb. In for the umpteenth time comes Bo Hedges, joined by Dion Green from Victoria in British Columbia. Plays for Douglas College, started playing back the year of the Sydney Paralympic Games in 2000. Into 2 Winter Games as well. 1. Abassi. The turnover for Algeria. Bilal once more going there, and he got it as well, Bilal Ayashe. Well, I've been critical of the Algerians utilising the 3-pointer too much today, and I stand by that with 4 from 17, but on that occasion for Ayashe, 3 points were added. Vermette under the basket, up and down for 2. The Canadian women's team in the background cheering along. 62-45. And Gedouin makes it 62-47. Of course, for Canada women, they've gone from world champions in 2014 to out of the top 4 in 2016. That'll be a disappointment to them. Algeria here 15 points behind the Canadian men at the moment. 5-14 is a long time in wheelchair basketball, but the way this game has gone, you can't see Canada throwing this one away from here. Good one. One of the star players for Algeria, 21 points today. The captain has led them with a captain's performance in Rio. And Algeria, 15 points behind the Canadians. The 11th versus 12th classification game. Oh, the foul by Kazori was always coming. The 1.5 point player couldn't really get out the way there. Kazori averaging 12 minutes per game today. Literally just shy of his average. Green. 3.5 point player. Sneaks in, up and down it goes. Good, managing to avoid Abassi. The whistle went as Abassi technically was in danger of being run into. 17 points the difference. Canada have sealed this one, I'm sure of it. They will take 11th home with them. It won't be a complete 1st to 12th drop for the Canadian men in one Paralympic Games. Hedges. Algeria will get the ball back. Abassi once more ends up on the floor. The strength of the players to return themselves upright really is unbelievable. Falling out of the chair a complete norm for these players. Abassi. Gedouin. Ayashi. And again, the 3-point plays for the Algerians really unsuccessful. 4 from 19, 2 from 7, 2 from 11 for Gedouin. Once more, they converse about how to break down this Canadian defence. Gonkin and co will go steady from here. Hedges. Gonkin that time can't get the shot away. The shot clock will continue because the Canadian shot didn't hit the rim. Green, that one does. The basket wouldn't count though. And a technical foul called on the play. Against Gonkin. Well, that's Kindervata. Saw something, not sure what it was that Gonkin said or did, but a technical foul against him. And Ayashe can't put the one shot he gets away. Gonkin returns in to defend Ayashe. The ball received back by the Algerians because it was a technical foul on both an unsporting foul and a technical. You get the ball back as well to give you extra advantage. Gedouin. Ayashe. Up. Doesn't go down. 2 to come though for the Algerians. 3:34 left in the game. 64 to Canada, 47 Algeria. Bilal Ayashe shoots once more and down it goes. Basketball was his sport of choice prior to his impairment. 3 from 5 free throws for the game for Ayashe. He can take a lot away from these Paralympic Games. Carries on towards his 40th birthday for Tokyo. You never know where Algeria might end up. They need a little more strength in depth, a little more experience, but they've got exactly that here in Rio. They can qualify for the World Championships as well. That will assist. 44-63 they beat Morocco to win the African Championship and book their place in Rio. Gonkin takes it to 65 for the Canadians. Canada finished second in the Pan Am Games behind the USA. Good one. Abassi goes this way and that drives round the right hand side. Ayashe. Gedwan. He's been in the key a very long time here. No 3-second call. No, it's an Algerian ball. 2 seconds on the shot clock. Well, I can't believe that Gedouin got away with that, sitting in the key for a long time. Lancia returns to action. 3:06 left in this 11th versus 12th place classification game. Pedrani waiting to inbound the ball for his team. He does so. Up it goes from Gedouin. Oh, again. Unsuccessful with the three-pointer. Peter 1. Two shots coming the Canadians' way. Johnny and Ayashe just showing a smile and joke. Abdi Fatadini, born in Somalia. One of those players that just goes quietly about his business on a basketball court. Silver in Beijing. His debut at the Paralympic Games, gold in London. Student of finance. Can't accumulate the second point there. Ayashe picks up the defensive rebound. Abassi. And this one now petering out towards the final hooter. 2:45 left in the game. Canada 66, Algeria 49. This to make it 50 for the Algerians. And Gedouin makes no mistake, and looking through their points totals so far, they're over their highest total of the game so far. 31 against Britain, 43 against Brazil, 41 against the Germans, 24 against the USA, 48 against Iran, and 50 against the reigning Paralympic champions, Canada. It's all about improvement. It's all about development. Coach Tagmi needs to have a sit down. Nothing there for Badrani on that occasion. His first free throw of the game. His second is successful. 66-51. 1. Took him 3 attempts to make the cut on the Canadian roster. Finally, one is here. Lancia. Twice with the shot, the second time successful for Lancia. He's for Variety Village, made his Canadian debut back in 1997 at the Junior Men's World Championship, the inaugural event held in Toronto. Won gold and defended that again in 2011. Ayashe. Mansouri did well to first get the shot away and then to move it away, and the shot clock violation coming as although Algeria put a shot up, it didn't touch the rim, and the rule is it has to hit the rim to count as a shot, not just the backboard. Bo Hedges. Lancia in support, here he is. Hedges Down it comes to Mansouri. Lovely long pass to Ayashe, who's mismatch of height with one. Gedwan doesn't go once more, and still the 3-point efforts for the Algerians failing on the majority of occasions. 4 from 21 now. 1:12 left to go in the game. Canada have got this one. It's been a comfortable win in the end for them. 68-51 to go. Sorry, 68-51 with 1:12 to go in the game. Timeout called. They're going to talk it over once more. There are the leading scorers. 22 for Gedwan, leading the way. 19 for Nick Gonkin. Eng 14, Hedges 10. 17 for Ayashe, who has a 40% success rate from his field goals. A couple of personal fouls. There's Gedwan. 3 personal fouls. He raced into 3 personal fouls. He's not had any since, which takes some discipline. Neville Gedwan. Well played, sir. Will that be the last time out of the match? 68-51. Dion Green, Di Fatadini. What will this Canadian team look like come Tokyo? What will the Algerian team look like come Tokyo, for that matter? Gedwan is 39 years of age and Ayashe 35, so they're an aging team. Up it goes from Ayashe, spins round and comes out. Of course, retirements can have a devastating impact on nations' teams, as the Canadians know all too well. Bo Hedges, up and down, lovely flick from him for 2. 70-51. One of the remaining Paralympians in this team from London. Gedwan. Badrani, Ayashe just pops it back down towards Gedwan, and wasn't a successful pass, and we have 13.3 seconds left of action. The first time Algeria have entered a Paralympic Games, and for Canada, inside the last 10 seconds of what will be a Paralympics to forget for most of this roster. They're used to the gold medal match. They've had to settle for the 11 versus 12th place classification game, but the Canadians do celebrate because they've avoided the drop from 1 to 12. They've gone 1 to 11. The development of the game in Canada, the team in Canada for the men's side, is back on the upward curve. They missed out on the World Championships, but they've avoided 12th and last place here in Rio. Janet McLaughlin shows her appreciation to the team. The final score, Canada 70, Algeria 51. Well, let's have a look at the statistics. 48% of field goals were successful for Canada, 30% for the Algerians. Free throws, 69% to 53. 17% of three-point efforts for Algeria going. That is not strong enough. Defensive rebounds for the Canadians, 38. But all that mattered really for them in the end was the score, and they won by 19. Keep an eye out for them over the next 4 years. Canada make a habit of winning medals at the top level of wheelchair basketball. They're one of the pioneering countries for wheelchair basketball. They always have strong programs. Tracy Ferguson there on the left-hand side applauding. She's an absolute hero. 3 times gold medalist in the all-conquering Canadian team. One of the most successful Paralympic teams of all time. The Algerians, well, they had no Paralympic form coming here. but they can go home having done their nation proud. Well done, Algeria. They may have come 12th and last in the men's event, but they were definitely not a disgrace in any way, shape or form. And Brazil and Canada have built ties, and the Canadians say thank you. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the action of this 11th versus 12th place playoff here at the wheelchair basketball, the men's Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. In the end, Algeria finished 12th. The reigning champions from London go from gold in London 2012 to 11 in Rio.
And welcome to the Rio Olympic Arena in the Olympic Park here in Rio de Janeiro. Rio 2016, the Paralympic Games, and it's a quarterfinal in men's wheelchair basketball, matching up the winners of Group A, Spain, against the fourth place team in Group B, Germany. Despite the difference in those standings and positions, this should be a very entertaining game, and it could be a very close one as well. Germany needed to pull off a big win over the host country, Brazil, in their final game of the group qualification to ensure that they would qualify, that they would go through as fourth place. And now let's meet the German team, starting with the captain, number 4, Bjorn Lohmann. Nico Dreimüller is number 5. Matthias Heimbach is number 6. Christopher Huber, number 7. Andre Benek is number 8. Sebastian Magenheim is 9. Kai Mueller 10. Dirk Passawan, the veteran, is 11. Alexander Haluski 12. Jan Haller, who had a big game, 9 points against Brazil, is 13. Thomas Böhme, who had a huge game against Brazil with 23 points, is 14. And Dirk Köhler is the veteran center, number 15. And the coach of Germany is Nikolai Zeltinger. I'm a little bit ahead of the public address announcer. He's a little bit behind the shots of the players. And now let's meet the Spanish team. Number 4 is Daniel Stix. Number 5, the captain, Carlos Vera. He's had a couple of big games off the bench. 7, Pablo Zarzula. 8 is Francisco Sanchez. Number 9, Alejandro Zarzula, identical twin to Pablo, the two leaders of this team. Amadou Diallo, they're trying to get him more minutes, the youngster from Bilbao. Jordi Ruiz, valuable off the bench. Asier Garcia, the point guard. David Morez, the shooter who comes off the bench. Jaume Lambi. Jesus Romero. And 51 is Agustin Alejos. And Jose Manuel Artacho is the head coach of Spain. The big difference may be depth between these two teams. We'll talk about that in a moment, because now with the teams lined up, it's time for the national anthems, starting with Germany and Deutschland über alles. And now, national anthem of Spain, La Marcha Real.
O hino da Espanha.
one of only 4 national anthems in the world that has no official lyrics, La Marcha Real, the Royal March. Now the players will exchange gifts, and the Germans are first to meet and greet the officials for today's game. Players give them to players with the same numbers if they can on the other team. And there you see the Spanish lineup, and as I said, the Zarzuela brothers are the big stars for there. Alejandro is leading them in scoring and rebounding. Pablo is second in scoring and adds 4.5 rebounds and 4.5 assists a game. But really the key for Jose Manuel Artacho's team, maybe Asier Garcia, who's co-captain with Carlos Vera today. Garcia, as the point guard, has been getting 9 assists, 7.5 rebounds, and 7 points a game. A valuable contribution, and they do have a deep bench. And for Germany, well, Böhme came through with 23 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists in the big win over Brazil that got them into the 4th qualifying spot. Haluski, 17 points and 10 boards. Benek, 13 and 8. Those are the 3 guys they will go with, but they got a great contribution from Haller, 9 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists in that game, all of which were well above his average. And the problem for Germany may simply be the lack of depth, especially with big men. They will count on Passawan off the bench to give them points, but not necessarily a big presence inside. Sticks, the Zarzuela twins, Asier Garcia, and the shooter, David Moriz, will be the starting lineup for Spain, but they can bring Ruiz and Diallo, 2 big men, off the bench. And for Germany, Haluski in the middle, Benek, Lohman, Haller, and Böhme. So really a lot will depend on that battle inside, but Alexander against Alejandro, the 2 Alexes going up against each other inside, Haluski and Zarzuela. Haluski is the better shooter. Zarzuela is probably the stronger rebounder and defensive player. There you see Spain's results, and they got through in Group A in a 3-way tie with Turkey and Australia. The tie was decided, all had records of 4-1. The tie was decided by the scoring margin in games between those 3 teams. Germany, meanwhile, had to beat Brazil in that last game, 73-61, in order to get through over Iran, who beat them in their first game. And as the final qualifier, they needed to have that 2-3 record to move in ahead of Iran. So Spain beat Australia by 11. Australia beat Turkey by 2, and then Turkey beat Spain by 3. So the points differential wound up with Spain being +8 in those 3 matches, Australia being +1, and Turkey being -9. Thanks to that 11-point loss to, thanks to the big loss to Spain, and that's the way they qualified. 1, 2, 3. Bill Kurzel from the U.S. is the referee. He's the one with the ball. Krunoslav Paich and Alexander Laplante are the other 2 officials, the umpires. So number 1 in Group A against number 4 in Group B. 4-1 team against a 2-3 team. Spain in white, Germany in black. And Haluski in the center for the opening tap. It's a tip. In AB basketball, it's a tap in wheelchair basketball. The rules of the game are virtually identical to AB basketball, with the exception, of course, of the chairs. The dribble rule is you have to dribble for each 2 pushes of your chair, and watch carefully because maneuvers of the chair count as pushes. In other words, when you're turning the chair, that would count as 1 push, and if you turn it back, that's 2 pushes. So if you don't use your dribble at that point, you can be called for traveling. The other rules are pretty much the same. You have 8 seconds to bring the ball across the halfway line. You have 24 seconds, including that 8, to get off a shot. You have only 3 seconds to plant yourself in the paint in the key area, which is painted green on the floor, or you lose the ball on a 3-second violation. And Zarzula controls the tap straight to Garcia. It was Garcia through whom everything will work for Spain. And right away he drives down on Lohman, misses the shot, but draws the foul on Lohman with the chair. And he'll go to the foul line. Teams get 4 fouls in each quarter before the penalty situation. Once they enter the penalty situation with the 5th foul, most foul shots will be shot, whether or not the player fouled was in the act of shooting, as Garcia was when he was fouled here. He makes the first shot. Garcia, he cans them both. It's 2-0 Spain over Germany. Morez coming up to a little harassment in the backcourt. Germany gets it up easily enough to Böhme. He's their big scorer. And Haller sets the pick for him. And we have a foul on Pedro Zarzula. And right away we have a wheel off. And well, we have the rubber off the wheel. Haluski trying to get the attention to put the tire back on the wheel. And instead they're going to just bring him a new wheel, do it the easy way. And he just snaps that new wheel in and we're ready to go. 13 seconds left on the shot clock from Germany after the foul. Haller will do a lot of play there at the high post, the old traditional high post position, and Germany can't get the shot off before the buzzer. The desperation heave was pretty close, but it came after the buzzer anyway. It would not have counted had it gone through. And the possession goes over to Spain now with a 2-0 lead still in the first minute of the game. Garcia picks something up off the court. Garcia from the foul line, short, and the rebound taken by Haluski. He drops it off to Benek, and Benek comes down now with Haller ahead of him. There's the cut. He's got 2 cutters going toward the basket, but Haller is left all alone on the baseline. His shot is high, but Haluski was there for the rebound and puts it in, and we're tied at 2. And that's what Germany needs, is for Haluski to get inside and do the work there. The long outside shot by Morez missed, but Alejandro is underneath and he gets the rebound in. And that, as I said, this could be the key matchup of the game, is Alejandro against Alexander. Alejandro Zarzula against Alexander Haluski. 4-2, Spain. Haller a little bit outside his normal area at the 3-point line. That was a loose pass. Garcia nearly got his hands to it, but it comes back now to Benek. He leans forward, gets the left-handed layup, and see how Spain try to trap him back in the defensive zone. And Zarzula just staying in front of him to make sure he can get down first, give them the man advantage. Garcia comes all the way in, pass to Pablo, and he puts it in 6-4. Nicely done. Garcia drawing defenders to him, finds the open man cutting, and hits him for the easy layup. 6-4 Spain now, 7.5 to play. Haller, great pass inside to Benek, and he misses the layup, but Haluski's there. Spanish are really harassing him, but he gets the shot off, and it's good. Just a correction on the opening possession for Germany. There was not a foul. The stoppage was simply for the wheel change for Haluski, and Pedro Zarzula had raised his hand. We got a 2-on-1 right here. Morez moving behind the screen, but that's a block by Haluski, and then Pedro picks up the loose ball and he puts it in. It's 8-6. And Pedro raised his hand, but he was just signaling for the stoppage to replace the wheel. Cross court now to Benek. Haluski sets a screen for him. It's a 3 if it goes. It doesn't, and the rebound comes off to Steeks, who passes it immediately to Garcia. Garcia now bringing it up for Spain. Cut off by Benek. Inside to Alejandro, who's been in the 3-second area a long time. He throws an air ball up, and Haluski picks it up, and you can see them counting the 8 seconds. The referee with his arm, that's 4, 5. They're across easily. They've been calling 3 seconds very tightly at times in this tournament, but not consistently. And that's a huge, huge 3. Benek, high arcing shot for 3, and Germany goes into the lead 9-8. What a shot. Garcia comes right down, and that one's taken away by Haluski. It was intended for Pedro, and the turnover now quickly. Benek and Haller come up 2-on-2. Benek had Burma cutting through. Now who's going to come down the lane? No one. There goes Burma. Cross court to Halek. Back to Benek. Another 3 for him. And off the glass, that one. He put it behind the basket. It goes straight in off the glass. It's 12-8 Germany. 2 3-point shots in a row from Andre Benek. Garcia now settling things down for Spain. He's got Alejandro. Alejandro misses but gets his own rebound. Lots of time and set it up, and he draws the foul as the shot hit the bottom of the rim. But Burma is going to get the foul. It'll be the first on Germany, and Alejandro will go to the line to shoot 2. Just at the halfway point of the first quarter, 12-8 to Germany. The identical twins, Pedro and Alejandro Zazul. And makes the second. It's 12-9. Spain picking up at the 3-quarter mark, but Benek brings it up and they retreat back. Benek now, they're clearing out one side of the court. He's alone with Garcia. Haluski with a very high screen. Goes down to Burma, across to Haluski. Shot is good, and there was a foul. I think the foul will be on Sticks. And Haluski from the foul line extended. 14-9 for Germany. Shot goes out, and Alejandro with the rebound. Garcia moving very fluidly. Haller cuts him off, but he goes inside Haller. There's a foul, and the basket is good. So it'll be a 3-point play possible for Garcia now. You saw how he was going to his left, then cut to the right to get around Haller before Haller could move his chair. Take a look at that move there. And Haller was blocked out by Sticks. So he couldn't move the chair to his left because Sticks was there. Garcia, it goes in and out, and Benek with the rebound. So it's 14-11 now. Germany over Spain by 3 with 4.5 to play in the first period. And Benek brings it up for Germany, and he's got a path. And Sticks did a great job there of catching up and cutting him off. But Benek went right to the hoop and got the ball. It's knocked away from him by Morez, and Germany will get possession back, but with only 8 seconds on the shot clock. High inbound pass to Benek. He's hit 2 threes already, and he was thinking about a third. Nearly lost it to Morez again. Cross court to Haluski. He's not going to get the shot off, and for the second time in the quarter, the 24-second clock beats Germany, and they turned it over to Spain with 4 minutes to play in the first quarter. Garcia was thinking about the long shot. He's wheeling in now into the lane, gets out of it. And Alejandro off the front rim, but he gets the foul again. And there's the foul by Haller, hand on the arm. And Alejandro Zarzula is so strong. The hand on the arm may have interfered. He did hit the front rim rather than put the shot in. And he makes both foul shots. 14-13, a one-point game. Germany up by 1, under 4 minutes to play in the first quarter. A little bit pressure now from Spain. Pedro coming over quickly on Benek. Haluski gives it back to Benek. Burma coming down on the side, now goes inside. He gets the pass, set up on the baseline. The shot will be long. Oh, it drops in. It hit the stanchion that the basket is attached to, and then took a bounce through the hoop. 16-13. And the offensive foul was called on Sticks. That's his second and the team's second. He was blocking in the backcourt on the inbound pass. Haluski in the paint now driving, and it's blocked by Alejandro. Haluski again, it's short. Alejandro knocked the rebound loose, and Garcia picked it up, and Morez brings it up for Spain. Long pass to Pedro, who's set up underneath, and Pedro draws the foul, which I believe will be on Benek. Somewhat good-natured, and all the competition here in the wheelchair basketball tournament has been remarkably good-natured. Apart possibly from when Australia has been playing. Pedro misses the first. And misses the second, but Garcia gets the rebound for Spain and gets it to Morez. Morez with the pass into Alejandro in the paint, and Alejandro puts that one in. And interesting, they are letting them sit in the paint for the moment. Sooner or later, someone's going to get called for a 3-second violation. Be interesting to see when that happens. But and Garcia draws the foul as he bumped Lumen out of bounds. That's the team's third. Germany is already in the penalty situation. The next foul would be shot by Spain, regardless of whether it's a shooting foul or not, unless it's an offensive foul. Burma from the outside hits the three, 19-15. 4-point lead for Germany with 2.5 to play in the quarter. Garcia nearly loses the ball, picks it back up. 14 on the shot clock. Out to Morez. Morez will shoot for 3. He's off, and Haller pulls the rebound down in front of Zarzula. Burma. Haller. Haluski. Back to Burma. Trying to come inside. Haller at the foul line. 8 on the clock. Into Burma, who was driving down. He missed the shot. Garcia with the long outlet pass. Morez was basket hanging, and he's got the layup. It's 19-17. Catches the German defenders napping. He was going as soon as the shot was in the air, and Garcia saw him. One-on-one opportunity for Burma with Garcia. Good bit of D from Garcia. Now he gets the pick from Benek, but he can't go through there. Benek now, good job by Alejandro to cover Benek, but Benek gets the left-handed shot away. It misses, and the rebound by Sticks handed to Garcia, who will bring it up with 1:16 to play, trailing by 2. Garcia had Maurice underneath. Now it goes to Alejandro. He misses the shot, and Haluski with the rebound. Quick outlet pass to Benek. Garcia is back, and Sticks gets back very quickly. Morez cuts off Haluski. And Benek is down and called for an offensive foul. No, excuse me. He's called for a travel. Garcia brings it up with 50 seconds to go. Into Alejandro. And Alejandro ties the game at 19 with 40 seconds to go. And that's still, for Germany, going to be the big problem. They're getting the ball inside pretty much at will to Alejandro or Pedro Zarzula. And Germany have been keeping in the game with shooting from the outside. Benek to Burma. Haller. See, Spain has cut the lane off on both sides. Benek has to shoot. There's 2 on the clock, and he hits it just before the clock expires. 21-19 for Germany. Garcia with 4. Morez picking for him. Garcia fires it into Alejandro, and his shot misses at the buzzer, and that will leave the score at the end of the first quarter, and a very good first quarter it was. Alejandro looking for the foul call that he did not get, but at the end of the first quarter, Germany 21, Spain 19. And if you look tactically at what's going on, you'd have to give the advantage to Spain, even though they're down by 2, because what they're doing is getting the ball inside consistently to the Zarzuela brothers and getting the easy baskets there. That may be reflected in the shooting percentage as well. They're actually pretty much even. Spain slightly better on the 2s, but Germany 3 out of 4 from 3 points. That's why they are in the lead. Everything else is pretty much even. Even the rebounding is even. But Germany are making the outside shots at the moment. The odds of their continuing to do that throughout the game are smaller than the odds of Spain continuing to rack up points inside with Pedro and Alejandro. This is a fascinating tactical matchup. But right now, the upper hand belongs to Germany just by a fingertip. 21-19, they lead Spain. (21-19), Germany over Spain in this quarterfinal matchup at men's wheelchair basketball Rio 2016 Paralympics here at the Rio Olympic Arena, the biggest indoor arena in Rio de Janeiro, built for the Pan American Games in 2007. Basketball took place here and at the Carioca Arena 1, just a couple of 100 meters away in the preliminary rounds, but now all of the knockout competition will be here in the bigger Rio Olympic Arena. Love the sight lines in this place. It's high stands. Each level you get great views and great crowds we've had here too in this tournament, as Germany begin with Haluski, and it goes in and out, and the rebound to Sticks, and he hands it right to Asier Garcia. Garcia has been the motor of the Spanish attack, and right now Garcia is set for a shot, and it's going to be an offensive foul on Morez. And the ball will go over to Germany. That's his first and the team's first. Morez saw crashing into Passawan. Passawan is in for Germany. He's their best bench player and gives them, he's a good shooter, gives them instant offense when he comes in. Jesus Romero, now that's an interesting one because Romero hasn't played all that much, only 6 minutes a game. And usually the first big man off the bench would be Ruiz. And then Alejos or Diallo. They've got lots of bigs. And what a great shot that was from Benek. And he has been hot. He's got 12 of Germany's 23. They lead by 4. Well, Ruiz is in. You can see there. And they get it into Alejandro as Morez takes over the feeding role. And Alejandro's got 11. So Benek, Passawan gets the cross-court pass. Alejandro comes out on him, but he just shoots over him. I said when he's hot, he's hot. And instant offense from Dirk Passawan. the veteran at 39 years old, second oldest player on the team. Ruiz's shot misses, and Haluski with the rebound. Haluski off to Benek. Dreimuller is in for Germany. You see him now going toward the, sorry, that's not Dreimuller, it's Heimbach. And Heimbach puts in the layup. Heimbach came right down that line and then kept going as the defender came out, had the easy path for the layup, and that's 27-21. That's the kind of stuff Germany need to do more of. Keep the Spanish defense honest. Ruiz now moves for the shot behind Pedro's screen, and Passawan gets the rebound for Germany. Right now, Spain is shooting from the outside. They want to be inside. That's where their points come from. And that pass, well, it was optimistic, intended for Haluski, but taken away by Alejandro. And he puts it up to Ruiz, and Ruiz loses it off his chair. And another turnover, and the ball goes to Germany, and Benek will inbound for them in front of the German bench. Well, he started the count for 8 before the ball was even inbound. He was counting the 3 to release the ball, the 5 to release the ball, excuse me. A lot of counting when you're a referee. Benek with another high arcing shot, and there's a foul called. And the foul's on Romero. Now, I suspect Romero was brought in for his defense. You saw him come right out quickly on Benek. Zazuela's underneath the basket. Benek makes the first foul shot. And Germany pulling everybody back, which is a sign of confidence, I think, in Benek's foul shooting. He makes the second, 29-21. Germany have pushed up an 8-point lead now on Spain with 7 minutes and 30 seconds to play in the half. Romero, he penetrates, dishes to Pedro. Pedro's shot misses. Passawan with the rebound. Passawan as Ruiz comes out on him. Benek for 3. Hit the back, and the rebound by Ruiz. It was taken away by Haluski. He saved it to Benek. 12 on the shot clock. Benek looking for Passawan to come over. He's got a little bit of a screen, and it hit the rim and bounced away, and Alejandro with the rebound. Ruiz brings it down to Pedro. Back to Ruiz. Romero in the other corner. Misses, and Haluski with the rebound. He was the only one there. Passawan. Good job by Morez to come up and harass him. Nice pass right into the arms of Haluski. Good defense by Romero, who cut him off, so he spun around and found Benek. And there's only 9 on the shot clock, because Spain did a good job of making it difficult for the Germans to bring the ball up. And as Benek spun around to make that pass, his chair went over the inbound line, and the possession will go over to Spain, trailing by 8 now. Excuse me, they called a foul on Zarzuela, on Alejandro. Benek now, Moriz cuts him off to Haluski in the paint. Haluski's shot misses, and the rebound by Pedro Zarzuela. Sorry, by Alejandro up to brother Pedro. Fast break, basket is missed by Ruiz, by Romero, and Ruiz picks up the foul under the basket, trying to block Haluski. There it is, and the foul called on Ruiz as Haluski was moving into position, and Ruiz came and cut him off. And you can see what Coach Artacho is saying. The two guys hit each other, and it's given an unsportsmanlike foul. So Haluski gets 2 shots, and Germany will keep possession. And unless it wasn't a technical, he didn't seem to say anything. Unless he did, it seems very harsh for that kind of foul. It wasn't like Haluski was with the ball or alone inside, but that was what the call was. Haluski made 1 of the 2 free throws. It's 30-21. and Germany will keep possession. Now, I talked about the Spanish depth, and they're bringing substitutes in now. Garcia is coming back into the game. Diallo, the big man in the back, is coming in as well, and Sanchez is up top, number 8. Pasawan on the baseline. Garcia, that was a lovely pass, and Haluski missed the shot. You can see him, and he's trapped in the back now by Pedro and by Diallo. So when Spain come up now, it's 4-on-4, and the foul is going to be on Benek as he knocked Sanchez's chair. Right there. Sanchez was trying to set the screen, Benek trying to fight his way through the screen. It's a very, very physical game, as you can see. Sanchez to inbound. Underneath, Garcia into Alejandro. And you see the difference when Garcia is in immediately, because Garcia is able to thread those passes through to get them up where Alejandro can take them uncontested, up above his head, basically. And Garcia has no hesitation of doing that. He knows even if there's a player there, Alejandro can still get the ball. Look at how they collapse on Haluski, and the foul's called on Ruiz, I believe, but they had 3 players around Haluski. They simply collapsed on him as soon as he got the ball. And again, not a situation where you want to give the foul, because Haluski would have trouble getting a good shot off anyway. And now Haluski will shoot 2 more. In and out. And Garcia applauds that. And Haluski misses the second one as well. So Garcia put the hex on him. It's 30-23 at the halfway point of the second quarter. Germany over Spain. And Germany, well, you want to be shooting better than 43% on your free throws. Garcia, that was nicely done by Diallo, and he gets the pass back as Garcia drops it a long time in the paint, misses the shot. Pasawan now, and he's got the break on with Haluski. Haluski holds up as Sanchez did a nice job of getting in front of him. They give it to Benek, and Pedro is there. Cross court to Pasawan. Alejandro comes out on him. Now they can look inside to Haluski, which is what they do, but Diallo gets his hand on it. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Possession will be with Germany, and they'll only have 3 seconds to get a shot away. And a timeout on the floor taken up by Germany. They lead Spain 30-23 with 4.5 minutes to play in the second quarter and 3 seconds left on the shot clock when they get the ball back. It's very interesting the way the Spanish are putting pressure on Haluski, collapsing on him inside, making it difficult for him to get position inside, making every shot he takes a real exercise in getting his hands free. Pasawan hits a 3, again off the boards. That's the second time they've gotten the bounce off the backboard for the straight on 3. And Germany are up by 10, 33-23. And, well, taking the timeout to draw up the play for Pasawan paid off as he cans the 3. Pedro to Garcia to Alejandro. He misses the first one and hits the second. So pretty by Spain. And that's Garcia's touch. Alejandro wants a foul again. I think he wants a foul each time, but you know, really you see the difference in Spain when Garcia is in and when he isn't. Well, the pass outside went to nobody really, but Pasawan gathered it in. Benek spins around trying to get a quick shot off, but Pedro is there, and then all alone on the other side, and in and out is the shot by Heimbach. 33-25. Garcia. And look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chairs all in the paint at once there. And the foul is on Heimbach. Boomer comes back in for Germany. Benek's going to get the rest. Garcia for 3. And the rebound finally comes to Pasawan. It was knocked away from him by Alejandro Zarzula. And I think Pasawan just said, he hit my hand. He seemed to hit it pretty hard as well. Oh, nice move by Pasawan, a stop and go. All alone is Heimbach, and it rims the basket and comes out. And here comes Germany again. Garcia, Alejandro, and it's going to be a foul called on Haluski. Burma says, I don't need the hand, gets himself up with his chair. The foul's on Burma from behind. And Pedro misses them both, but Alejandro misses them both, gets the rebound, and his foul was on Haluski there for a push, which I don't see, but there you go. They had him trapped in the corner. There was no need to push. There was nothing much that he could do. There didn't seem to be any motion of Haluski's chair, but he's called for the foul. 33-25. Pedro Zarzula now. Garcia at the foul line, and he doesn't miss that. 33-27, 6-point lead with 2.5 to play in the half. Heimbach brings it up for Germany. Pasawan. Burma spins, nice spin. Garcia gets ahead of him, but look at how Alejandro came up. Haluski, though, and that was worked beautifully. As soon as Alejandro came up to get Burma, he dropped the bounce pass to Haluski, who laid it in. It's 35-27. You see how they try to keep Haluski into the backcourt for as long as possible. Garcia, that empty space where Haluski would have been, Garcia moves right down through it and gets the pass, puts in the layup, and it's again a 6-point game with under 2 minutes to play in the first half. Good reactions by both teams, reading the game. Good pass to Burma, back from Pasawan. He gets set up for the shot and doesn't get the fall, but Haluski gets the rebound and puts it in. 37-29. Gets a little bumping congratulations as they try to free themselves in the backcourt. And there's a whistle. Everybody on Spain is pointing into the forecourt, but the whistle's in the backcourt. And it's an 8-second violation. On Spain. And you could argue that they spent so much time trying to keep Haluski in the backcourt that they forgot about bringing the ball up quickly enough. Diallo changes the wheel and comes in. Passawan shoots a three and makes it. It's 40-29, and Dirk Passawan has done exactly what he's there to do, come off the bench in the second quarter and add offense with deadly shooting. Garcia now brings it down. There's Pedro, and Pedro lays it in. It's what the Spanish game has to be. They've got the muscle inside with the Zarzula brothers. There's the steal by Pedro. Pedro laying that one in. It's misses, but there is a foul, and the foul is going to be on Lohman. And now there's a timeout on the court called by Spain. And with 41 seconds left in the game, I think what they're going to do is press after the foul shot comes off, try to get one more possession out of it. 40-31, Germany leads Spain with 41 seconds remaining in the half. So Pablo Zarzuela. Makes the second one. Let's see. No, Spain retreat back. It's 40-32, an 8-point game with 39 seconds left. So the plan must have been for the last shot of the quarter after this German possession, which has 11 seconds left on the shot clock. Oh, good Heimbach, and his shot is short. They've got 21 seconds now, but they get it up quickly with the basket hang, and Pablo puts it in for Spain. 6-point game. That's a crucial basket for them. And Germany, well, I'm sure the Spanish said, look, whatever happens, we want that. Passawan's three is not going to go. Garcia with the full court heave is short. And that brings a excellent first half and high scoring first half to an end. And Germany leads Spain 40-34. This is about as good a half as Germany has played in this tournament. And well, you can see what Haller is saying to Heimbach. Heimbach has had 3 very good shots. He's 1 for 4 from the floor so far, but his last 3 shots have all been really good ones, and he's failed to hit them. And Haller, I think, saying, don't worry about it, you'll get them in the second half, because if the Germans can work the ball to get Heimbach and Haller the good shots, that's going to be a real plus for them, as Spain is shutting the big men down inside for the most part. And if you look at the statistical breakdown, it's fairly even, but the reason Germany are in the lead by 6 is the 3-point shooting. 5 out of 8, and that includes Passawan's miss there in the final period. Benek 2 of 4, Passawan 2 of 3, Böhme 1 of 1, 5 out of 8 in the half. That's 15 points, and that's a good return from 8 shots any way you look at it. At halftime, Germany 40, Spain 34. Welcome back to the Rio Olympic Arena and halftime of a first quarterfinal in men's wheelchair basketball. And at the half, Germany leads Spain 40-34. It was a great first half for the Germans where lots went right for them, particularly outside shooting and particularly three-point shooting, as they shot 5 out of 8 from behind the three-point arc. That's where their 6-point lead comes from. But the strategy of the game remains the same in the second half. Spain are trying to work for points inside with the big Zarzuela brothers. And when Garcia is in the game for Spain at the point, they seem to be able to get the ball to them pretty much at will. When Garcia was out, it became a little more difficult. The Germans trying to force Spain out, but not having much luck with that. Haluski, the German big man, is always being stopped. And there we start the second half the same way the Spanish started the first. Alejandro, he misses 2. The second one may have been blocked. It's a jump ball, and the possession arrow is pointing in Germany's favor, so they will get the ball, and the next 50-50 ball will go to Spain. That includes the inbounds at between the quarters. Burma in the middle to Haluski. You see how they collapse on him, but Haluski with a couple of arm fakes makes room for the shot, and it is 42-34. But as Spain is concentrating inside, Germany has been able to shoot outside, and Garcia, well, that's his spot too, that corner of the foul lane, and he hits the 2, 42-36. They haven't had Merez shooting much from the outside when he was in, and right now with Diallo in, they've got the big, goes across to Haller, and Haller from way outside on the baseline hits. I told you he had a big game in the must-win game against Brazil, the final match of the qualifying round, the preliminary round, and Haller had 9 in that one. Garcia again penetrates. He's in the three-point paint. He has to back up and get out of it. Alejandro doesn't, and they pass the ball to him, and his shot hits the side of the backboard. And Burma with the rebound. He needs help there, but there's a foul. It's going to be Sanchez with the foul reaching in on Burma, and that was a lucky break because he would have had to turn around to see where his help was, and there was really nowhere. Look at him, nowhere for him to turn. So giving that foul away was not the right move for Spain. Haller was alone, but he gets it to Haluski. Back to Haller at the free throw line. Haluski cut to the basket. Haller found him. Can Haluski get the rebound? No, it's taken away from him by Alejandro Zarzuela, and he quickly gets it out to brother Pablo. Pablo on the baseline to his brother in the middle. No basket. The foul came before the shot. And now Alejandro wants to make the point that he deserves the foul on the shot. Garcia, he was in the paint a long time and makes the basket. 44 to 38. Benek now moves up quickly. Diallo comes out on him. There's the pass to Haluski quickly before Spain could get set up. And with Diallo out, he just had Pablo to beat, and he did with the layup. 46-38. Germany answering Spain basket for basket here and keep the lead at 8. Garcia again penetrates. Sanchez, he's got the open shot and it won't fall. Holler. Oh, that's a good lead pass for Burma. He swings around as Haluski was trapped by Diallo, and there was no pass available to him. Burma, it gets over Garcia, comes back out to Holler with 2 on the shot clock. Benek, that shot was partially blocked. And the long pass down court is intercepted by Holler. There's a foul on Sanchez as he gave Haluski a little bump as he went past. Didn't see what happened with Haluski's interception, but did get a good close-up of Coach Zeltinger's face. Holler from the foul line. Can't get the roll, but the rebound is tipped back out to him. Benek is kind of trapped, now gets out of the paint. That pass was deflected, but Benek took it. Tried to feed it into Haluski, but Diallo alertly blocked that one off. It was picked up by Garcia and up to Pablo. Pablo to brother Alejandro. Has the size advantage, shoots over Burma, but the shot misses and Burma gets the rebound and comes down for Germany now. 3-on-4. Haluski at the foul line, and he hits. 48-38, 10-point game, 5.5 to play in the third. And Haluski, well, because they're shutting him off inside, he can come outside and get the shots before they react. Garcia brings it down. He has Diallo. That was lovely. And Diallo is fouled by Benek. But that was lovely. Diallo just moved right in front of him. Garcia sees him coming, and Garcia's got great vision on the court, gets the pass right into him, and Benek had no choice but to foul. Benek has 3 fouls now at the halfway point of the third period. You foul out with 5. And Diallo's shot is in and out. Misses the second as well. Benek gets the rebound. We saw Lohman working hard to keep Diallo back, but Diallo's now down. Into Haluski. He was triple teamed, lost the ball, and Diallo picked it up. Garcia, Alejandro, and Diallo all there as Haluski got the ball close to the basket. Now they've trapped Alejandro, but he gets out of it again. He's got a path to the basket, drops it to brother Pablo, and Pablo lays it in. Nice work. He knew someone had to be open because so many players were defending him. And he cuts off Burma, who's trying to get offensive position. Holler. Burma back to Holler. Benek. He has Haluski setting the pick there. It's a long shot, and it's good. Benek shoots with the highest arc of, I think, anybody in the tournament. And if you take 2 basketballs, you can actually fit them through the rim if you put them side by side. So when your shot is coming down from high arc, it actually has a better chance of finding the center of the ring and not hitting it, and not hitting one of the bits of the rims, which are very tight here. Pablo from the outside matches Benek's shot. It's still an 8-point game, under 4 minutes to play in the third. Benek driving to the hoop, misses the layup. Well, he made a great drive, had room for himself, put it up right-handed, missed it, and Garcia comes down for Spain. Watch Alejandro on the other side of the court. He's cut off by Bennett. Now Diallo gives him a path. They get it to him, and there's a foul. Fouls on Lohman. But you could see that one develop. And Diallo, with the good pick, gave Alejandro a path to the basket. Garcia got him the pass, but Lohman committed the foul. That was his third and the team's third in this quarter. Garcia now with 10 on the shot clock. Haluski. Benek looking to help him out against Alejandro, but now Diallo comes free, and Diallo puts it in just ahead of the 24-second buzzer. And it's a 6-point game, 50-44. Benek. Haluski with the pick for him. Burma back to Benek. Nothing going, 8 on the shot clock. Burma now on the outside. Can't get a good shot away. Haluski inside, has to shoot quickly and misses. Garcia with the rebound. Great defense by Spain, great team defense there. Keeping the Germans to the outside. There was no penetration, 0 penetration. They barely beat the shot clock. Garcia comes down all on his own, now gets one more dribble, misses the shot, and the rebound taken by Haller. And quickly down the court comes Benek, and he's fouled by Alejandro Zarzula. That's the team's third. So both teams at 3 fouls now. And it's Zarzula's second. 17 on the shot clock left for Germany. It's mostly been Benek, and there's a foul outside. And it was Pablo Garcia. Pablo Zarzula committing the foul. So the shot clock will reset to 14 after the foul. See if Germany can get any penetration at all. Burma now, he's one-on-one with Sanchez, but Garcia comes right down to help. Benek again on the outside. Haluski lost the ball at the foul line. There's a fast break available for Pablo, and Pablo is going to lay it in, and it's a 4-point game. 50-46, just under 2 minutes to play in the quarter, and Germany need a timeout with 1:57 on the clock. And you know what they're going to talk about. The Spanish defense is keeping them out of the paint. They're keeping them out of the inside. They're not getting second shots. They're not getting good first shots at the moment. And Spain are reacting to those bad shots. They're reacting to turnovers, and they're coming down quickly, getting the ball inside for the easy shots. And right now, well, I'm not sure what the strategy can be here. For Germany, they've switched through a couple of players. Heinbach for Haller. Pasawan has come in to give Burma and Benek a bit of a rest, but otherwise there haven't been many substitutions for them, and they don't have really another big man to give Haluski a break and to compete inside with that massive size advantage that Spain have with the Zarzula brothers, with Garcia, who's pretty big, with Diallo, who's very big, and even with other bench players like Ruiz, who can come in and give them minutes inside. So, as I said, Germany has to keep shooting well. Spain just has to keep getting the ball inside. But if Germany are forced to take long shots all the time, and Pasawan has come back in for Germany, Heinbach has come in with him. That's a better shot for Haluski, but still out at the foul line. There's no black jersey underneath for the rebound, and Spain come down trailing by 4 with 1.5 minutes, and Garcia, when he penetrates, but things open up for the big men. And, well, what a great play by Burma to knock that ball away, and it's a 3-second violation. And that's our first 3-second call of the game, I believe, certainly the first of this half. And well, you see both Alejandro and Diallo planted in the paint. 1.5 minutes to play now in the third. 4-point game, Germany and Spain. And Germany right now just having problems trying to figure out the Spanish defense. Pasawan's pass, it was partly blocked by Diallo, and here comes Garcia. He had Diallo and Alejandro coming down. Pablo sets the pick for Garcia, and that'll be a foul on Heimbach, who hit Garcia's chair hard as he came in trying to go for the steal. That's the 4th team foul on Germany, so that puts them in the penalty situation now. And Heimbach, well, Garcia had a pretty good path toward the basket had he not been fouled, so it's a good foul to give away while you can. Both teams are in the penalty situation. Garcia, well, it is pretty much an open free throw because Heimbach is in front of him, but Heimbach not tall enough to challenge the actual shot, and we have a 2-point game now. Germany 50, Spain 48. Passawan brings it up. Diallo whacks him with the chair, and he'll draw the foul. And he'll go to the line as they're in the penalty situation. If you're going to foul, make it a good one. And that was a good one from Amadou Diallo. Passawan makes the shot. Diallo, Garcia, and Morez all play for Bilbao in the Spanish league. Misses the second, and there's no one there to rebound for Germany. Diallo pulls the rebound down. It's Germany by 3 with 40 seconds left in the half, and Garcia bringing the ball up. Pablo, Diallo screens for him. Got a lot of time for that shot. Misses, and the rebound to Haluski quickly over to Passawan. And you just look for the Germans. Who is going to go inside apart from Haluski? That's the problem. Who can compete inside? They set up a double screen for Haluski, and he cans the shot from the outside. So still the outside shooting for Germany, keeping them in the lead by 5. And you see Coach Eidinger telling everyone to get back with 3 seconds. Garcia will take the last shot of the game. It's a 2 if it goes, and it doesn't. Haluski knocks the rebound away and slaps hands with Passawan. Well, and so the foul and Haluski's shot put Germany up from 2 points. The lead goes up to 5, but Spain slowly but surely grinding them down. They won the 3rd quarter by 1 point, and they've narrowed the margin to 5. At the end of 3 quarters, it is 53 to Germany, 48 to Spain, and there's 10 minutes of tough basketball left to play. And, well, still looking at those stats, Germany only got 1 3-pointer off and missed it. Shooting percentage slightly behind Spain, but now the rebounding advantage still hasn't come up. The points from turnovers still pretty even, and really there is no difference between these two teams right now, but the inexorable force of size, I think, is working in Spain's favor in this 4th quarter. Germany are hanging in the lead, mostly with outside shooting, with some good defensive plays, as that one by Haller. But Spain, with the dominance inside, it's not really reflected in the rebounding statistics, but the dominance inside, getting the points in the paint, has really been their advantage. And Germany up by 5 at the end of the 3rd quarter, but Spain on the march. And the team's coming back on the court for the 4th quarter, with Germany leading Spain 53 to 48. The Spanish, the top seeds from Group A, Germany the 4th seeds from Group B. This would be an upset if the Germans can hang on to win, but the force of play seems to be moving in Spain's favor. Their size advantage inside there, keeping the Germans out of the paint at both ends of the court. And when Garcia is in as the quarterback, they're getting the ball inside. Diallo, the 2 Zarzuelas, and Sanchez, the rest of the starting lineup for Spain as the quarter begins. And you see Diallo setting the pick for Garcia and then going on the pick and roll. Garcia gets the rebound. He misses the shot, but there's a foul after the shot, and the foul is going to be on Haluski. Right there. Saucier Garcia he's been key for Spain so far. In fact, he's got 9 assists and 9 rebounds to this point in the game. And to go with 14 points. The two Zarzuelas have 15 each. That's been basically all the scoring for Spain. That's all but 4 points. Makes the second free throw. It's 53-49. Spain have shot 17 free throws, which reflects their dominance inside. That's where you tend to get fouled more. Burma across to Heimback in the middle, and that will be another 3-second violation. The second one of the second half, I think the third of the game. And I said sooner or later they would start calling that. And want a side in after the 3-second turnover. Haluski having to do yeoman work inside against the Zarzuela brothers and Diallo. 3 bigs, and there's Alejandro open underneath, and Garcia so quick to see it developing, gets the ball to him exactly as he comes over open, and Zarzuela makes the basket. It's a 2-point ball game now, and Passawan brings it up for Germany. Diallo cuts him off. Passawan restarts with a spin to go around Diallo, but there's Pablo to help. He throws the shot up, but knowing Burma was underneath for the rebound, and Burma draws the foul as he tries to get the ball away, and well, the Spanish were calling for a 3-second violation that time. Take a look. Well, that's pretty much a foul, any way you look at it, by Pablo Zarzuela. It's only his second. Burma makes the first. And the second. Makes them both. 55-51. 8.5 to play. And Burma's going out for a break. Bennett comes back in for him. Straight up substitution. And that's going to be a foul on Passawan, who was trying to stop Sanchez from coming back in. Or maybe it's Heimback trying to stop Pablo from coming back in. It is Passawan. Garcia for 3 and hits. It's a 1-point game, 55-54. Asier Garcia. The Germans are having to play inside, having to concentrate inside. Garcia, all the time he needed outside to hit the 3. Passawan now at the foul line. Down to Haluski on the baseline. Back up to Passawan. It's a 3 if it goes, and it does. He answers the 3 with a 3 of his own. 58-54, just under 8 minutes to play in the game. Dirk Passawan has come off the bench in both halves now to provide offense for Germany. Garcia, he shoots off the glass and hits it. 58-56. Garcia's having a monster game, 18 points now. Benek, and he's hit by Garcia as he tried to move around him, and that foul will be Garcia's third, only the team's second. Benek inside to Passawan. It bounces off Sanchez. It bounces off Heimbeck, and it comes to Alejandro. He gives it to Garcia. 7 steals for Spain, as you can see. The pass, well, it was intended for Alejandro, and 2 Germans, Haluski and Benek, both got their hands on it and knocked it out of bounds. 58-56, Germany, 13 on the shot clock for Spain. Garcia again for three. That one misses, and Passawan has the rebound for Germany. Benek brings it up for them. Haluski, you can see Garcia just trying to keep Haluski out of the forecourt. 13 on the shot clock. Benek sets for a three-pointer, and it doesn't go. Pablo clears it off the boards. Had a really high bounce off the rim. Garcia. Over to Pablo. He gets a pick from his brother. Sanchez comes in as well. Garcia cross court. He's looking for Alejandro. You could almost see that developing, and Alejandro right in front of the basket. Banks it in, and we're tied at 58. 6 minutes to play. 6.5. 19 for Alejandro. Benek now. Passawan. Look at Diallo keeping Haluski off the boards. Benek now moving behind Haluski. They get it to him in just short of the foul line. Diallo got a piece of that. And Spain with possession and 6 minutes to go. Sanchez picking himself up behind the play. Garcia drives through the lane, stops for the short shot. He wanted Diallo, but Diallo wasn't there. Goes across with 9 on the shot clock to Pablo Zarzuela. Sanchez is up top. Back to Garcia. He'll look inside now. He's going to take the shot. He's got rebounders there, but it goes the other way, and Haluski gets the rebound for Germany. Tied up at 58, under 6 minutes to play. Benek coming down. Going to have substitutions for Germany in just a minute as Haller takes off his shirt. Passawan misses the layup. They've got the ball inside to him in good position, and now there's a break for Pablo. Benek comes to a quick stop. Pablo wanted the foul, but he puts the basket in, and it's 60 to 58. Just approaching the halfway mark of the fourth quarter. Spain finally back into the lead. Benek on the drive, kicks it out to Passawan. He hits the shot. It's good, and there's a foul, and the foul's on Diallo. Boy, he didn't have much space or time to get that shot away. But Passawan beat the space-time continuum to put in the basket, tie the game up, and he's got a foul shot to put Germany back in the lead. What a battle this has been. It's been almost inexorable as Spain has pushed their way back in the lead. We stay tied at 60 as Passawan misses, and Alejandro comes up with the rebound. A forward to Diallo, and he drops it back to Garcia. Garcia, no one's picked him up yet. He's in the paint, and Passawan knocked the pass away, and here comes Benek. Both Zarzuelas back quickly to stop him from getting the breakaway, and Pablo fouled Haluski as Passawan was looking for Haluski cutting to the hoop, and Pablo cut him off. And I think that might have been a jaw warning from the umpire, asking that Pablo not comment and criticize on every call. Haller and Böhme come in together. Benek from the outside misses everything, and it's picked up by Alejandro, and Spain come down with 4.5 minutes to play in this game, and the score tied. It's been almost inexorable from Spain. Garcia can't hit the shot. Haluski pulls down the rebound and gives it to Böhme. Benek on the right side. Haluski in the middle. Böhme comes up the middle. Benek now. Back to Böhme. Inside, and he banks it in. 62-60 to Germany. 4 minutes to play in the game. Garcia calmly comes down for Spain. Sanchez has to get out of the paint and does. Pablo now from the outside, and he hits. We're tied at 62. 3:45 to play. Every basket crucial here. Benek coming up now for Germany. Ahead to Böhme. They've got 2-on-2. Bruma moves behind Benek's screen. He cuts for the basket. Diallo's there. He misses the layup. Diallo clears the rebound, and here comes Garcia with 3.5 to play. Garcia and Pablo can't hang on to it, but the foul is on Haluski. And he uses Benek's chair to get himself back up. That was a good long pass. Well, actually, the foul will be on Benek, who crashed his chair into Zarzuela's. Didn't have to do that because Alejandro couldn't control that pass. And well, it shouldn't be a shooting foul. They're not in the penalty, and he wasn't shooting. He never got the pass. That's very strange. He never collected the pass, so he couldn't have been in the act of shooting. They weren't in the penalty situation. It wasn't a deliberate foul. But Zarzuela makes them both, and it is 64-62 to Spain. And the look of the concern on the coaches, the German coaches, tells it all. Because right now, as I've been saying since the half, it's been inexorable for Spain. Because they've been dominating the game inside, they've been getting the easy shots and putting the pressure on Germany that way. The three-pointer won't go, but the rebound comes to Benek. There is a foul, however, in the backcourt, and that will be the team's 4th. So I presume they won't be shooting this one as well. And no. Pablo now. Diallo setting the screen for him. Garcia wants the shot at the foul line, gets himself set, misses off the rim, but Diallo's there for the rebound for Spain. They get another 14 seconds. Garcia cutting in on Lohman. He's got Alejandro underneath. Alejandro off the glass, misses, and Haluski with the rebound. Can he clear it out? He does to Benek. Benek brings it up quickly. They'll try to beat the big men down the court, but they can't do it. Benek turns around now. He's really got no one to pass to. Now Haluski finally comes up. Spain did a good job of trapping him. Only 5 on the shot clock. Haluski's got the open shot, and it won't go, and the rebound is taken by Alejandro. And they stop the play to get Benek back up in his chair. And I think as they did, 2 minutes and 4 seconds to play. I thought Spain may have called a timeout, but they did not. Garcia inbound. Spain leading by 2 with 2 minutes to play. Garcia again takes a position at the foul line. Sanchez trying to work for Alejandro. On the other side is Pedro. Now as the Germans shift over, that's when Alejandro usually comes in, and Pedro with another high arching shot puts it in, and it's a 4-point lead for Spain. 66 to 62. And now Germany take a timeout with 1:45 to play, and Spain has worked their way up into the lead. It has been a grind, but they have managed to do it with 1:45 to play, and Germany now have to come up with a new plan to get themselves back in the game. It's like a tidal force for Spain. The power inside, and Germany has had no answer. They kept their heads above water. They kept in the lead with good outside shooting, but as the Spanish defensive intensity increased, as they kept Germany off the boards, a series of one shot or no shot, and then the turnovers. So trying to draw up some way of getting his players free inside. And really the problem right from the start has been Spain with the big Zarzuela brothers, with Diallo, with Garcia, who's very big for a point guard. They have just been working so hard on Haluski, not giving him good shots. He's had very little inside. They trap him in the backcourt whenever they can. They've done a good job of that. So, and Germany, well, finally, the outside shooting just went cold. They're down by 4 now with 1:45 to go. Passawan is back in the game. So, and the foul on Diallo outside. And Spain in the penalty situation, so Burma will shoot the foul shots. Makes the first. And again, Germany not with anyone to contest the rebound. Counting on Burma's foul shooting. Makes the second. 66-64, 2-point game and a minute and a half to play. Germany need a stop on this Spanish possession. There's Alejandro, and Haluski came in and blocked it cleanly from behind. 12 seconds on the shot clock for Spain with a minute 25 to play. A big play from Haluski. Alexander on Alejandro. Garcia, Passawan, well, he's between two minds, but was there to cut Garcia off. Sanchez is open inside. He hits Haluski's chair from behind. The shot is short. Just before the buzzer went, Haluski rebounded. Heimback now to Passawan. Passawan up quickly to Burma. One-on-one with Diallo. Can he get by him? No, he cannot. But he gets the help now as all the German chairs come down. Passawan spinning on Sanchez. Spins back. Haluski now can't have a path to the basket. Burma's shot is short, and Garcia rebounds. Spain lead by 2 with 46 seconds to play. Diallo has it in the middle, gives it to Alejandro. He loses the ball, but there will be a foul on Haluski, I believe, for the push with the chair. Right there, you saw Haluski. And both teams are in the penalty situation now. Alejandro will shoot 2. He misses the first. The tension is ratcheted up here. Alejandro with the second. Everybody was in the lane. He makes the second. Diallo was the one furthest in the lane. The referees are going to let that one go. Diallo was the first one into the lane before the shot. You're not technically allowed to leave and go into the lane until the ball leaves the shooter's hand. Haluski was alone inside, and there was the foul on Alejandro to stop him getting the ball. And Alejandro has not committed a foul yet in this tournament, although the referees haven't always agreed with him. So with 34 seconds left, Haluski will shoot 2. He misses the first. And I think Germany will want a timeout after the second foul shot. Misses the second. Well, it stays as a 3-point game. That's still a 1-possession game, but Germany need to get the ball back from Spain. And it's tipped away from Sanchez. It's a loose ball, and it's taken away from Pablo. It's a 2-on-1. Burma now, Pablo was all over him. It goes into Haluski inside, and now it's a 1-point game with 15 seconds to play. 67-66, 15 seconds to play. And we've got a timeout on the court. Germany needed a turnover, and they got one, but they got the 2-point basket. They're a point short now, and they will need the ball back again. There were some chairs flying on that one. Coach Artacho now. The plan here is how you bring the ball in, how you bring it up, assuming that Germany is going to come out and press. They need, you see, they're going to bring the bigs. They're going to bring the bigs into position to get the passes. Great feed. And Haluski with the finish. It's a 1-point game. Spain 67, Germany 66. Exactly what you would expect in the knockout rounds here at the Paralympic wheelchair basketball tournament. 3 players over 20 points each for Spain. That's 63 of their 67 points. No one else has scored in this second half for Spain apart from those 3. And the quick foul. And Garcia, of course, not the guy you want to foul and put on the line, but they have no choice. Even if Garcia makes both shots, it remains a 1-possession game, but Germany would need to make a 3-point shot to tie it up and send it into overtime. And Germany will take a timeout, which is mostly just to move the ball up to the half-court line. Garcia calmly sinks them both, 69-66. So with 15 seconds left, Germany take a timeout. They'll get a possession at midcourt, and they'll have to work for a 3-point basket. Now, it'll be interesting to see how Spain defend that, because obviously the bigs have played inside to cut off anything from the inside to Germany. And Germany, who are here in this position primarily because of their 3-point shooting in the first half. They were 5 for 8 in the first half, but they have only been 1 for 4 here in the second half from the 3-point zone. Who do you want to shoot it is the question. Passawan, who's 3 for 4. Burma, who's made his only 3-pointer. Binek, who made his first 2 but has now missed 5 in a row. And it looks like he's looking to Passawan. Okay. It's all come down to one shot for Germany. This has been a tremendous game. Spain have taken advantage of their strength. The big men, the Zarzula twins. The versatility of Garcia. They've ridden those 3 players all the way into this position. German shooting had them on top for most of the game, but in the fourth quarter, Spain has rallied. Benek now, well, he was inside and it was a 2 that he threw up, so that wasn't going to do them much good anyway, and Haller quickly gives the foul, which is all that he can do at that point. And I'm not sure that that was what was drawn up, but Benek shooting a 2-pointer didn't do them really much good. I mean, obviously they make it, they then foul quickly, try to get the ball back and hope that the shots are missed. And now Sanchez at the line, and he'll shoot 2. He misses the first. If Sanchez makes this shot, it's almost impossible for Germany. And he does. It's 70-66. It's a 2-possession game for Germany, but there's only 9 seconds left in the game. They don't have the timeout. The long inbound pass to Burma. He goes across. The 3 misses. The rebound to Passawan. The 3 is up. It misses. And Spain have defeated Germany, coming from behind to win 70-66. And look at the congratulations there for Spain. They cannot believe it. And Germany, well, they played the game of the tournament for them. They won a must-win game against Brazil. They came back in the knockout stages where every game is must-win and played their best basketball of the tournament. It lasted for 3 quarters, and then almost inexorably, as I've been saying, Spain's advantage underneath, the bigger men, the more muscle, just paid off. Germany reduced to getting bad shots in the fourth quarter from the outside. Haluski gave it everything he had, but it was just an uphill battle against the Zarzuela brothers, Diallo, Garcia, for a short time Ruiz in. Spain, with so much depth of big men, just made it too difficult for Germany. And Spain are the winners, 70-66 in a game. Well, that score looks close, and the game was closer than the score looks. What a game of basketball, and what an effort by both these teams. And if you look at the statistical breakdown, it just swung a little bit more in Spain's favor as the game ran on. And in the fourth quarter, the Spanish won that quarter 22-13, but the rebounding advantage 41 on the game to 32, as well as he'd been pretty much even through most of the game. The Spanish got the big advantage toward the end, and the turnover battle, well, that was fairly even as well. So Spain become the first team to book their place in the semifinal, where they will play the winner of Great Britain and Australia in their semifinal matchup. The other two matchups, Turkey, Brazil, and the U.S. against the Netherlands on the other half of the draw. But I think, well, the Zarzuela brothers are the people who get most of the attention for Spain. But Asier Garcia with 22 points, with 11 rebounds, and with 13 assists was the key man for Spain in this game. He was the one who found the Zarzuela brothers whenever they came open inside. And he was the one who got them the passes that set up the easy shots, and his shooting percentage, 8 of 16 from the floor. Not bad for a point guard. You'll take your point guard shooting 50% any day of the week. And credit too to Sanchez with 1 point in the game, but his 1 point was the foul shot that made it a 4-point, 2-possession game, and with 9 seconds left made it virtually impossible for Germany to win. Diallo did a great job off the bench too, only 2 points, but 3 steals, 5 rebounds, and great defensive work. That was the hard part for Germany. With Diallo in and the two Zarzuelas and Garcia, they had a really hard time of trying to get inside on the Spanish. They could not get good shots, and you see the Spanish captain there, the veteran, Carlos Vera at 42, probably his last Paralympic tournament. And well, he didn't play in this game, but there's no limit to the happiness that he must feel right now. And Dirk Passawana did such a good job coming off the bench, just wheeling off the court now. It's a dejected German team, but I think they can realize that they gave it their all. They gave it their very best shot, and they very nearly pulled off what would have been the biggest upset of the games. Well, it may sound like a variety act, but the Zarzuela brothers and Asier Garcia got 65 of Spain's 70 points as Spain fought their way back against a German team playing determined and very good basketball, and inexorably their advantage inside with the big men paid off, and they come out winners in the first quarterfinal game, defeating Germany. The final score, 70-66.